Greetings, mortals, and welcome back.
So, today we're going to be rescuing our dear friend Cray, the kidnapped kitty. Excuse me. It is interesting. I was telling my wife this earlier the other day, yesterday literally, about it's really funny how, like, when I was younger, I played this game, and, like, I feel like the elders are supposed to come off as being, like, a bit, like, over the top in, like, time to go to war, I guess. But then, like, that's just, like, unironically kind of my position is like, oh, you kidnapped my head of state. Okay, well, we're at war then. Right? Like, oh, okay. You collaborated with an enemy empire to kidnap my head of state. Okay, well, I guess we're at war. Let's go. Which, like, that's, like, my unironic position these days. So it's kind of funny. I am curious if the developers I'm curious if the writers intended that reading. We're again dealing with a situation where, like, in this arc of my life kind of situation where it's like, okay, I have the one position as a kid, and then this position changes a bit as I become, like, a young adult, and then as, like, an old man, I'm just like, I mean, yeah, man, they kidnapped your head of state. I guess you're at war. It's also wild how relevant the Breath of Fire series is at this particular moment in history. Like, Breath of Fire 3 is fundamentally entirely about the way that genocide propaganda influences subsequent generations and the generation that did it. That's what it's about. It's about the propaganda of genocide, and that's what we're living in right now, is the propaganda of genocide. And then Breath of Fire 4 is straight out of the headlines, man. Like, if I had played Breath of Fire 4 first, like, Maduro would have gotten... It was Maduro, right? Maduro's the one who got kidnapped, right? Venezuelan president? Prime Minister, whatever he is. Nicolas Maduro. I'm terrible with names, so I don't want to say the wrong person. Yes, Maduro. So, like, if I had played that first, Maduro would have been getting kidnapped as Cray's getting kidnapped. Like, there'd be, like, this direct 1-to-1 of, like, oh, okay, we're straight out of the headlines. All right, just wait. We're gonna get, like, a... Oh god. Oh no. I'm not... Oh god. I need to finish this game, like, within the next, like, week and a half. I need to finish this game before the ceasefire ends. Oh my fucking god. This is a game about nuclear weapons, y'all. We need to get out. We need to stop playing the Breath of Fire series. We need to get out of here before it's too late. We need to escape the Breath of Fire series before before the prophecy becomes a reality. Goddamn. Non-zero chance the United States decides to nuke Iran. Like, it's not... I couldn't give odds on it. I wouldn't say high or low odds. I wouldn't give odds because I don't have enough information to pretend that I have any idea. But it's not zero. I'll tell you that much. It ain't zero. It's one of the things that's impossible to know is, like, how many people are there in, like, governments whose job it is to basically just put a bullet in the head of any commander-in-chief who decides to use a nuclear weapon before it happens. My assumption would be zero. My assumption is that we have no safeguards at all against insane people deciding that they want to end the world. But, there's a non-zero chance there's someone whose job it is. It's like one of the members of the Secret Service is like, yes, you have been instructed. Look, the leaders of global capital love this whole, like, autocracy thing. However, If they get a little too silly with it, that's what you're here for. If they get a little bit too silly with it, that's your job. No one else in the Secret Service knows this is a job that exists. It's your job and your job alone. Just bear that in mind. Again, I don't think that's likely because that implies a degree of competence on, behalf of, frankly, people like Elon Musk that simply does not exist. But this is I think this is the thing that makes conspiracy theories so cathartic, is that conspiracy theories make people give people an answer to questions the answer is they're all a bunch of evil idiots. So the answer to basically any question of why is a thing bad is because they're a bunch of evil idiots. Why don't I have sound? Did I mute? No? So why are you not making noise? Did Windows update and screw me over? Every time Windows decides that it needs to update itself, it fucks with like every sound thing that I have. Oh, anyway, so the point is that it gives people the ability to pretend that the people in charge of the world are competent instead of just being a bunch of idiots. That's not to say that all conspiracies are incorrect on a technical level, but they are broadly incorrect even when they're correct. This is something that I noticed with... that's interesting. Why don't I have sound? You know what? We switch this to a new thing, then we switch it back to the correct thing. Oh, we have sound now. Wait, is there no music on the screen? There's no music on the screen. We didn't have audio before, right? Is there audio on the screen? Okay, did I just not have my... I might have not had the volume up high enough on this, and then when I turned it up, I wasn't pressing buttons. So I might not have had a problem at all. It's fine. It might have been a skill issue. What's this name of conspiracy theories? Wait, why am I here? Because I saved in the other slot. That's why, because I saved in the second slot. Oh, so one of the things that's interesting about people who are conspiracy theorists is that you'll notice that like the bulk of the people who were like, telling the world, yeah, we're run by a cabal of evil, pedophiles that run the rich and da. Like all the people who were saying that before the Jeffrey Epstein files got released are now like, no, those are fake, and those are there to hide the real cabal. You know what I mean? Like, if a conspiracy theorist is incidentally correct once, they'll immediately change their position so that they are incorrect again. Conspiracy theorists, like people who have a conspiratorial mindset, will always be incorrect. They might be technically correct in the past, but they will always be, today, wrong. They will always be incorrect according to the facts of the world today. And if you look back and see what they were saying, the things that they were saying were always wrong. They were just adjacent to correct. If that makes any sense? Because they're just saying shit, right? They're just like a random series of words coming out of their mouth that anyway, it's a whole thing. The reason that I've been thinking about this is, funnily enough, is accuracy through volume of fire. Exactly. But the fun thing about that accuracy is that you would expect that they would randomly fire at things that are correct today periodically, that they would nail a bullseye on something that's yes, this is actually just true, right? Because there's a bunch of crazy shit that is just factually correct, all of this shit with Martin Luther King Jr. and the FBI. There's a bunch of crazy shit the FBI did to Martin Luther King Jr., right? But conspiracy theorists don't talk about that, right? Because it's oh, well, the FBI released that publicly, so we can't talk about that because that's just a real conspiracy that happened to fuck over a real civil rights leader, right? That, and potential, and there's at least involvement in his death, right? Not necessarily that they killed him, but that they definitely knew he was going to get killed by a certain guy. So I need to look that stuff up because I don't remember the details well enough to talk about that without sounding a bit conspiratorial. But that stuff was, I believe, just unredacted FBI shit, and I don't remember the specific details of what the FBI was up to. I think they were blackmailing him with his affair, because he was having an affair, I believe. But there's a bunch of weird shit going on there that is truly baffling stuff. FBI and the CIA definitely do not have a good relationship with the civil rights movement. Certainly is keeping an eye on us, isn't he? Yep. Suppose it wouldn't do much good talking to him, would it? Aren't you going to try to stop us, see us? Thumbs up. I was told to tell them if you did anything. They didn't tell me to stop you. I love Ciaz so much. Actually top tier character. Oh man. Hey man. They didn't tell me to make you to stop you from doing things. Wait, you're asleep, so I can't pass you? I have to pass by the person who isn't asleep? So we have sleeping troops. Oh no. Wait. Okay, this is concerning. How do I deal with you? Okay, I think I know how I do this. Urshan is going to try to self-immolate. And so... No! Okay. So I don't have a full turn. Intruders! Okay. Okay, we need to oh no. We have two characters that need to go down. Okay. Huh. I was not anticipating that we would have to deal with something like this, so... What was the name? Soldier? This is the wrong thing. Soldier. They have 600 HP. They have 5 AP. At the end of the round... So they have 0 agility. So when their turn comes around, them guarding is irrelevant. That happens at the start of the round, not like on their action. They are immune to status effects, so I can't put them to sleep. I don't know that it would matter, but... How much EXP? 500 EXP. That's so much EXP. Oh no. Why you give so much EXP? Okay. What if... I can't believe there's one sleeping on the right side that I can't go through. Like, what the fuck, man? Okay, so the only thing I can think of is I need... I need better weapons that will allow me to have Urshan and Quay self-destruct, and then I have to use Shining Blade with person with Ciaz. Ciaz has how much EXP before they level? Unfortunately, we're level 19 on Nina, which means that Ciaz is going to get a disproportionately high amount of this 500 EXP. Okay, you don't have a master. Well, fuck me. I should have given you Una, so that you at least have that to fall back on, if necessary. Okay. We're taking a look at you. You do not have anything you can do to increase your damage more, which is unfortunate. You need... If I use a Scramasax, that should do substantially more damage. You have Drill Punch. So I could... We'll see how it goes. So I'm going to try this. The issue is that I need to... I think that there's just a chance of Urshan successfully killing themselves in one turn. And I don't know that there's a way to guarantee it. Now that I've changed this around, we might need to reload a few times. My hope
is that both of these characters can self-destruct here. We don't necessarily need Urshan to self-destruct. I can potentially use someone else to kill Urshan if... Okay, so... You know, the timing on this is interesting. We might end up starting to eat EXP on Quay. Not with this master, but for those who are watching the VODs, certainly, and maybe someone is in here that was in here yesterday as well. We're at the point where I'm getting access to a master that, technically speaking, should be used at the early part of a build if I'm going to care about agility at all over the course of the build. If I care about agility at all during my build, then the early part of the build is the point to do the agility, and I don't know if I have access to that master right now. I may or may not. I just don't know. So the if I have access to that now, then I can make use of that. But yeah, please. 280 is not 300 damage. Why did you do 0 damage? Huh. Why did that attack do 0 damage? What is this game? What is your defense? You have 55 defense? Maybe that's why I did 0 damage. Does CS not have enough damage to actually deal sizable hits to these enemies? I am going to reload to this file quick. I'm going to check my camp. Okay, so I do not have access to the thing that I would need to have. Let's see if Nina can one-shot with Cyclone. If Nina can one-shot with Cyclone, I think it has like 600 HP, and it's not weak against wind, but it is weak against magic. It has a 1 magic defense. I don't actually know, like, are those multipliers that stack together or something? I don't really get it. But like there seems to be resistance to like generic damage types in a way that there wasn't in like instead of just elements, there's also like damage type. I don't know. I don't get it. It's fine. We're loading this. And then the idea here is I need... Because the issue is that I can't use special attacks on myself. I can only attack myself. I can't, like, shadow walk myself. Because the game doesn't allow you to self-target.
when you're doing special attacks for some reason. So Ciaz is... I don't understand what Ciaz's whole deal is. Like, I assume he's some sort of mercenary, but, like, we've been given no idea of, like, who the fuck you are. Okay, so, we have confirmation of one thing that's fairly important here, which is that, I need to one-shot myself. A double hit weapon will not hit twice. If it is... You cannot use the Jingdo. Used by some warriors. Okay. Can I walk out again? Oh, I can. Okay. We walk out. This allows us to save that cutscene's done. And... Can I buy... So the Kotzbalger is 30. I think we take the Kotzbalger. So we equip this on Quay. And if Quay cannot self-destruct with a weapon like this, I'm going to be very, very sad for myself. They're average, they're not just like multiplied into each other. Why would they average them? That's a crazy decision. That's wild. I would not have thought in a million years that averaging the resistances would have been how that's handled. But is that why you had? Is that why there was such a weird reaction with the healing thing? Where an enemy that should have taken damage from healing was taking 0 damage from healing because it was weak against magic? Does it have to do with the averaging component? That's probably... No, I don't know. There was a weird situation where an enemy with 1 holy resist and 0 magic resist, or was it 1 or 0? I think it was like 0 magic resist, was not taking damage from healing spells. It took 0. Which was a strange interaction, and I'm not really sure why it happened. But no, it's also possible that the guide is wrong and that it doesn't have 1 holy resist. But all the other ones have 1 holy resist. I don't know why that one would be any different. Let's see. Actually, that's not true. The final boss had 0. God, those 1500 damage rejuvenates. Ooh, beautiful stuff. Truly beautiful. What was I doing? Okay, so we're going to have Ciaz. Wait, no, I can't have those. No, it has to be self-destruct. Because I can't attack a party member who's on the back line. Alright, let's confirm that at least one of our characters is going to self-destruct correctly. So we can worry about the rest after we worry about it. Ooh, that sounds right about fuck me. Okay, we're cooking. I don't know how many of these I have to do. No! Oh no. I have good news and I have bad news. The good news is that
I'll take a look at. I just clicked on that link. I'll take a look at it when I'm off stream. I love looking into the like game code and stuff like that. That is delightful. There's not in GameFAQs you'll often have a lot of that kind of information available, but Breath of Fire 4's like GameFAQs presence is like non-existent. There's just a lot of nothing. There's a really good enemy guide that has like the AI patterns and things like that. There's the guide there, but like the fishing guide just has like the wrong lures for things, and like there's just like a lot of like foofy sort of data in a lot of different places. So good news and bad news. The good news is that was only 12 damage less than I needed to do. And since it's only 12 damage less than I needed to do, we're probably within variance of getting the kill. Meaning, we probably don't need to change anything to get that kill. The bad news is that Urshan can miss or deal less than lethal damage. Definitely. And Nina isn't guaranteed to get the kill either. I feel like I have had Urshan kill herself before. So I think it's possible for Urshan to self-destruct right now. But wait, you can double blow on yourself? Okay, so some attacks I can do on myself and some I can't, and I have to figure out which one's which. Okay, that actually changes my whole ass life. Okay, I was like, I'm gonna check this again. And I'm glad that I did. Okay, if I'm double blowing, I think there's a decent chance of success. And then you can Shadow Walk. No, what am I thinking? You need to Cyclone. So with a Cyclone, the hope is... Come on, double blow. Okay. So double blow just doesn't work. No! We were high on the variance. That's 559. That's way further than we need. Oh boy, that's way lower. Oh boy. Ooh. Oh boy. Okay. Do I have to... What? Okay. Excuse me. Okay, so double blow doesn't work. I need to check what spells actually I can target myself with. Because if I could use Shadow Walk on myself, that would get the job done. So if Urshan Shadow Walked themselves, it should hit. But then again, I keep Shadow Walking and doing 0 damage. I am assuming that has to do with defense. I have to assume that that's a defense calculation thing. For my own sanity, I'm going to assume that that's a defense calculation thing. It's just like an idiosyncrasy of the way that critical hits are factored into damage. And so if it would have done 0 damage as a non-crit, it does 0 damage as a crit anyway. I just have to hope that that's the case. And then... I could Risky Shot. You know what? I will Risky Shot. Okay. We'll Risky Shot into Seppuku. Shining Blade I don't think is going to do lethal. Wait. What if we do this? Now this is a combo.
Did I give you back your... Yes. You have your Jane Doe. You have your Jane Doe. And we are going to try to do a Shining Blade as part of a combo that will hopefully get lethal here. Come on, baby. Okay. Risky shot. Yeah, let's go. We got the combo gauge. That's a miss. Not what we're looking for. Shining Blade. God damn it. Okay. Let's do this. What? Okay. Promising. Okay, so what was it that I was trying to use that it wouldn't let me target my own characters? Because I seem to be able to target myself with most of my shit. I don't know what I was trying to target myself with that it was not letting me do it. But it doesn't matter. The important bit is that I should be able to move my skills around. I can't use a skill ink here, right? Can I just leave the town? Can I just walk out of the town? Let's find out, because I don't want to go through all the cutscenes again. Can I just leave? No. You could presumably soft lock yourself here, huh? Like, if you somehow managed to get here in a position where you couldn't actually kill this guard in one turn, you could probably soft lock yourself. But because, like, the Jane Doe isn't enough to do damage to the guard in a meaningful manner. And if you ate all of the early experience on Cray instead of Nina, Nina might not have Cyclone, and the other two characters are probably too weak to do a single point of damage right now. So I feel like I could have soft locked myself here. Like, maybe if you get enough crits, you'll always be fine. Unfortunately, we do need to load back to this file because we need access to our campsite, because we need to be able to change our things around. Let's confirm that I actually can shadow walk first. Give me a second. Just get into a random fight. Because I haven't checked Shadow Walk itself. Okay, Shadow Walk. I can Shadow Walk myself. Okay, we're fine. Okay. If I can Shadow Walk myself, Urshan can't Shadow Walk. Urshan can't cast Shadow Walk. Okay, wait a second. What other skills do I have? Double Blow doesn't work. You're not weak against fire.
get Ciaz to 1 HP. If I could get Ciaz to low hit points, we could make it happen, but I think it automatically rests. So I don't need to be on this file, actually, because there's nothing I can do. So Urshan can't use Shadow Walk. Urshan has 5 max AP and it costs 12. Even if I had a Spirit Ring, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter, because 6 is more than 5. Shit. So... How do I give Urshan enough damage to consistently self-destruct here? Anybody know how many of these guards I have to do in a row? Is that a thing we have eyes on? And I think I can... I wonder if I can leave and save after I knock the first one out. Do these wards... I don't have a wind strike. Wait! I didn't have the Sage's Staff equipped. Okay. So, with that is good. So, we're going to... So, I did not realize that I didn't have the max int item on Nina. Wasn't Urshan one-shotting herself at the beginning of the game? No, she wasn't. Urshan was barely hurting herself at the beginning of the game. She usually did 0 damage. No, I'm very wrong on that. Okay. I'm thinking the threshold she needed to do damage, not the threshold she needed to instantly kill herself. So... So I think we will hopefully have removed one source of variance, or made it so that it still relies on variance but is possible, or just improved my life in some other indistinct way, or not made a difference because 5 wisdom doesn't make a big enough difference to matter. So, we're going to take EXP on 2 targets here if we succeed in this. Okay, that is 281. That's not what we need. That's 356. That's plenty. This is Cyclone. It's going to be very funny if this battle ends, like, without giving me EXP. It does give me EXP. Okay. So that's 2 levels worth of EXP that we're not taking. 100% not. I do want to check if I leave and come back. You're still down. Okay. We're cooking. So, we're closing the bars in on this thing. We just need... I feel like Urshan can one-shot, right? I feel like I've seen Urshan hit herself for 330 damage before, right? Like, surely Urshan can one-shot herself right now, right? I think I've... But I'm talking about without a crit. I feel like without a crit she can one-shot herself. Can you crit while hitting yourself? I don't know.
I don't even know if you can crit on a self-attack. You can't do a double swing on a self-attack for some reason. So I have no faith in my ability to crit. What I was actually hoping for was that I could make her weak to fire using like a ward thing, and then, but I don't have an ice ward. And I don't remember if the ward. I remember reading some piece of equipment reduces your resistance to the opposing element, but I don't know if it was actually that. You have 47 power. Wait. Why aren't you one-shotting yourself? Like, very comfortably. Are you resistant to punch? Are you resistant to your own damage type? What the hell is going on here? Quay is hitting for 350 damage on a 13 defense target. She's hitting with 47 power. She has 4 more power very consistently for 250 to 280 damage on a 4 defense target. She should have a much easier time killing herself than Quay does. Well, not because she has a bit more HP, but like, she wouldn't be consistently killing Quay with the damage she's... What is happening with her damage? She has to resist her own damage type or something. I can't think of any other reason why she would be doing that. Maybe I've just gotten really unlucky with variants? I'm not crazy, right? Quay's been hitting for 350 damage? Just watch, she's gonna hit non-crit for 400 damage this time, and it's gonna be like, okay. Okay, let's do it. Please. 299. 382! What the fuck, man? Oh god, 550. Oh god. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Do I have... Okay, let's open this up. Do we have the characters? Which folder would the characters' stat values be in this thing? Do we have the characters in here? No, we don't. No, we do not. Okay. I can't believe that she's consistently not killing herself. Quay just hit for 400 damage with less attack power. What the hell, man? And is that an exaggeration? Yes. Yes, it is. It was 384. The number is burned into my memory. Don't worry about it. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, we're cooking. What is this guy's name? Billy's got us. What the hell does attack and defend mean? No, these... How dare you? Why would you use such a... Okay, so no, we're not cooking. We're not cooking at all, Billy. Billy's using a very similar system to the way that the game itself actually handles proper numbers, but don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine, Billy. It's not like you got my hopes up. So Urshin, poke yourself. You. Unfortunately, I have not seen Urshin one-shot herself a single time so far. So, and we do not have a guarantee with Nina either. We also don't have a guarantee there, which is unfortunate. Okay, let's see how likely this. Oh my god! Wait, do I have the wrong thing equipped again? Did I forget to change my gear? Because that was 540. Oh boy. What is Urshin's crit rate? It doesn't matter. We just need to start using Risky Blow. We just need to use Risky Blow. Risky Blow is the way to go. Risky Blow has roughly 50-50 shot of hitting, so we just Risky Blow with Urshin. That'll get Urshin done half the time, and then we are golden. I completely forgot about Risky Blow. So yeah, we'll just Risky Blow. We will make sure that Nina has the correct stick equipped, which will be good. And then we'll probably have, like, I don't know, like a 30 to 40% chance for each. Ooh, that is concerning. We do have the stick equipped. We just hit for like 540 damage with the stick. With stick. It's not a good sign. It's not a good sign at all. Not good at all. So Urshin is going to use Risky Shot on herself. Quay is going to attack himself. And you are going to Cyclone. And if everybody hits for a good amount of damage... Please? Fuck me. Okay. I do want to get some idea. I should just take the light as quickly as possible, actually. But I want to see it. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I saw it. You all didn't. Don't worry about it. You heard it, though. Alright, so... we have there's a huge amount of variance. We got 645 damage up there. I need to reset faster. We need to just burn through attempts. There's nothing I'm going to do to optimize this further. It's just about getting more attempts in now. This is the thing that I'm bad at, is that I'm fairly good at generating, like, the strategies to optimize things, but the problem is that if you spend too much time optimizing strategies, eventually you could have spent that time just brute forcing your way through it, and it would have taken less time. Especially once you get to the point where I'm at right now, where it's like, there's probably not a way that I'm going to make this happen on one thing. I'm going to need... there's going to be variance, right? 100%. There's a guarantee, because, like, Quay can miss. Like, I can't get my magic attack up higher. Like, there's nothing I can do with regards to that kind of stuff. There's not really room for more optimization here. So... or rather, there's not room for optimization that's going to guarantee a victory. So we just need to take attempts until we get where we're going. It's another miss. Just hear him in the background. Okay, we're gonna make this happen. Unfortunately, we probably have like 4 of these fucking guys to get through, don't we? Probably do. Okay, Billy. Tell me about Ludia. Okay. Wait, what? Fuck you, Billy. How high level is your fucking Nina? Jesus Christ. Is your name Billy? Billy Lee, yeah. When you're ready, you have to fight guards before they can call for help. Nina's Cyclone will kill them with one hit, so don't worry about that. It's like, my Nina's level 19. What do you mean? She's level 19 and she's been leveling exclusively under a master that increases her wisdom. What do you mean Cyclone will kill them in one hit? You bastard. How high level is your Nina? The hell, man? Okay. Okay. Okay, the guards you've already knocked out will stay that way even if you have to go back to the beginning. Okay, we're fine. Okay, so... Okay, so we are going to Risky Shot. We are going to attack. Can you imagine the world we could live in if Cyclone actually did guaranteed one-shot this? That'd be such a cool world to live in. Man, I wish I lived in that world. Come on, baby. Can Risky Shot kill... Can Risky Shot even hit yourself? Is that even possible? Not even close. Okay. I have concerns. I have concerns. It looks like I might only have to fight 2 guards. Which is good. I wish I could get into a fight outside, because if I could get into a fight outside, then I could... there are random encounters, but the random encounters I can just run from. The random encounters are sleeping guards. So the sleeping guards I should be able to just not worry about. I already ran into one random encounter, but I'm not running into the random encounter before I get to the guard. So... Blinds enemy. Yeah, I wish that I could just put these to sleep. I can't believe... If Double Blow worked, then we could just get this done. If we... It's going to be really sad when I successfully one-shot Urshan and then fail to kill the Cyclone. Okay, so Risky Blow can hit. If you fucking parry, you crit. Oh, we got the crit. Crit confirmed. Please. Let's fucking go. Alright, how much XP did you get, Ciaz? You did not get enough. Excellent. Okay, I was concerned that we were going to get half of a level out of that. And half of what we needed to level with that, we did it. And if there's only 2 of these, which allegedly there's only 2 of these... Wait! The second one's easy. The second one's trivial. I just realized the second one's trivial. I just need to not miss the second one because I'm at 1 HP. Okay, we're fine. We're golden. The second one, no problem. Now it's over. Now we're golden. Because now we can eat some EXP on Ciaz without leveling. We can get some EXP on Nina, and it doesn't matter because Nina's the one who's eating the excess EXP. And all we're waiting on is RNG on Cyclone and 2 successful attacks. They don't need to do a lot of damage. So we're golden. The difficult part is done. So we go talk to you. Sup. We do need to fight this guy because he is guarding an important item that would have been really handy to have prior to this point, but we'll get it now, and that's all well and good. So we Cyclone. The Cyclone will hopefully one-shot. Okay, there we go. That was the biggest cause for concern right there. Okay, now we just need to hope on a one-shot here. Come on, buddy, give me that one-shot. Three HP remaining. 3. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. All right, so we're golden now though. So the big concern. Oh. You know, it occurs to me, the random encounters in this room I could have used to soften up Urshan. Because they're asleep. So I could spend the first turn... I could spend the first turn just hitting Urshan. And take out Urshan and Quay. And then this... You know that thing where I said that I'm really good at optimization? Maybe not so much. Maybe not, actually. Fuck. Look, I'm very smart and very clever after I've already gotten past the point where I need to be, okay? Don't worry about it. If I'm supplied enough hints by chat, eventually I'll get there. Unfortunately, it won't be at a time when it's useful. Okay, buddy. Give me the Artemis cap that I actually need for fighting you. That is a no. That right there is a nope. My drink is empty. I'm gonna refill. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. All right. On the plus side, this is going to be substantially faster, at least in theory. It could hypothetically take just as long as the first one did, but it is not likely to. Almost certainly. Certainly will be fine. There's certainly less concern that it's not possible to do. Oh, there wasn't really much concern that it wasn't possible. I was a little concerned that I couldn't crit and couldn't use Risky Blow, because Risky Blow would automatically miss on myself for some inane reason. But we didn't end up needing to worry about it. But yeah, we definitely solved a way harder problem than we needed to solve, because, you know, random encounters exist, as I demonstrated at the very beginning. And the enemies from the random encounters I don't need to kill in one turn. Or rather, I don't need to flee from them on turn 1. Okay. Okay. Come on, Nina, I believe in you. I believe in you! There we go. That's how it's Done. Okay, Ciaz still needs 290 experience to level up. We get some much needed money. Like, financially, we are in a bad situation. Okay, we found Artemis's cap. We have a random counter. Should be fine. Just sleep your life away, buddy. Don't even worry about it. And anything else that we need to do? No. We can't steal, so we don't have to worry about that. We pop out, because, look, Billy says that I don't need to fight anybody else, but do I trust Billy? Billy had a 1 to 6 scale for a bunch of random things that shouldn't have had a 1 to 6 scale. I'm just saying. Billy's up. Ah! Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. If that becomes relevant, we just have to deal with it. We just have to do a random encounter. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I'm very glad that resting isn't against the rules in this run. It's just inconvenient, and I'm just not doing it generally. Because I'm like spamming the X button to get through these dialogues. and you know, rest is just at the top of the dialogue, and sometimes you keep pressing too long. Okay. Sometimes in life, you take your finger off of the thing, move away from the thing. Don't worry about it. Look, I can... Oh! You're roaches. You're not even, like, guards. We're all golden. We've managed to get through another area with Urshan and Quay at level 3, question mark. God damn it, Billy. Oh shit, and we got ambushed. It's fine. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and run. We are gonna go save. Because it's just... Do I save? No, I'll be running into a random encounter along the way anyway. Billy! Okay, how much EXP did I get? I'm now concerned that CS is gonna level up. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I don't think CS is gonna level up. I think CS had 800 necessary. Oh, 603! Oh, baby! Okay. Fuck! God damn it. Okay. Nope, that's not the right button. I hate to tell you this. I hate to tell you this. We have to reload to before we enter Gludia. Because I forgot to put Ciaz under Una. I didn't think it was necessary. I didn't want to give the accuracy penalty to Ciaz. But this is not a level that we can avoid getting? Well, wait. Can we avoid getting this level? Do we know, is this Artemis's cap, is it missable? Because if I can come back here later and still get the Artemis's cap, then I can skip the second fight. Let's see here. 4 missables. Missable chests. This is the... There's a dresser / chest list. .003. This is a missable chest. Which means I don't think there's a way to avoid Ciaz leveling up. Ciaz has to level here. Because he gets a bunch... He starts out halfway through his level for some reason. He'd be fine if he started at 0 EXP within his level. Okay, it's fine. But we have established how to make this happen. So we have that going for us. We've now got a proof of concept, even if we don't have the actual thing that we should have. That's so funny. Let me reread what Billy wrote. Let's see if am I slandering Billy? Billy, talk to the guard guarding the north passage. Fight him. Fight another guard. In the room behind him is an Artemis's cap. Just keep going up, and you'll wind up with Cray. Head down the stairs and out of town. There's nothing about a third guard. It's so fucking funny. He mentions 2 guards explicitly. And then makes no mention of the third guard at all. Look, it might sound like I'm throwing shade at Billy. It's so much work making guides, okay? This is not, like, meant to be an actual insult to our dear friend Billy. Okay? If Billy did not make this guide, I would have way worse materials to work from. To be clear, nothing but positive feelings toward Billy. Now, generally speaking, you should not make like faux insults toward strangers because you don't know them like that. But also Billy is basically anonymous, and so it's fine. So if Billy happens to be watching this, just know that this is purely out of love. Now, if you made that goddamn fishing guide, which was not made by Billy, which was made by somebody, I should have been using Billy's fishing guide. I'm sure Billy's fishing guide is fine. I will say, if you write a very, very short fishing guide and you have explicitly incorrect information, there's a little bit, look, it's like 16 kilobytes of data. 4 of which are wrong. That's a slightly different situation. But, okay. Let's see if we can set things up appropriately for our needs. We don't actually need to buy that weapon. We can skip purchasing that weapon, which is good. We need to equip the Sage's Staff. Is there anything I can do since I'm out in the world? I have access to other things. Is there something I can do to actually make my life easier for Nina? I have magic shards which give me AP. I have fish heads. I could increase my wisdom by 2. So this is actually kind of a legitimate question to the audience. Do we think that I should follow the same rule set that I did in the previous game, where every stat boosting item is just dedicated to Nina because she's taking the sacrifice of getting all the levels under suboptimal masters? So should I just dump all of these into Nina, including the power food? I'm wondering if I should do that. That would actually make this section a little less annoying because 2 more wisdom will slightly move the variance in the direction that we need it to go. The problem is that she's right now, she's so strong. Then again, she was in Breath of Fire 3, too. She was in Breath of Fire 3, too. God, she was so good in Breath of Fire 3. I was so shocked how fucking out of control Nina got in Breath of Fire 3. I can't believe she soloed the Berserker. At like level 30-something. That was great. I don't know. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of not using them this run. Because I just don't feel like Nina's taking as much of a sacrifice as she did last time. Because she was taking completely random masters before. This time she has a perfectly serviceable master the entire game, right? So it's not really as... she's not in as much of a sacrificial position. Yeah, I don't think we need to do anything in particular to improve our odds here. We just need to get into a random encounter to do the thing. We don't even need to upgrade our weapon. So we quickly cycle through this cutscene. We cycle through the next cutscene. Sure. Okay. Wait. Oh, wait, where? Wait, where the fuck am I? Where did I reload back to? Shouldn't this be right before? Am I supposed to just go to the inn? I was very concerned. I was extremely concerned. I'm like, please tell me this isn't before I fought the bosses, or before I went into the volcano, or some even earlier point. Okay. So, goal now is get my stuff set up properly. We're going to change our battle formation to have Nina in last, Urshan, Ciez. Ciez is under the correct master. Now, this is not an optimal master for Ciez. This is not an optimal master for, like, anyone, basically. But for a single level, it's not, like, a huge penalty. So, it's fine. It is preferable to not have to eat a single level with anybody like this. The reason that we really don't want to eat levels on Urshan and Quay is because those two are very low level. They will be getting a lot of inefficient levels, whereas we're just going to be getting like a couple of inefficient levels on CS this way. It's mostly fine. So, and by a couple I do mean just the one. Hopefully, just the one. So let's grab the cutscene here, and then fight a random encounter, and then basically we just need to get one hit off on both Quay and Urshan, and then we just move on with our life. And if we run into roaches or toxic flies, then we have an easy life. So chlorine comes out. That is not lethal. Chlorine comes out on the wrong target, but Nina can't counterattack, so we're golden in that regard. Unfortunately, you know who can counterattack is Ciaz. And toxic flies are pretty low level. These are probably going to be more stronger than Ciaz. Okay, 251 is enough. So from here, we just run away. Perfect. Alright, so it doesn't matter that we're not at 1 HP. We can't do less than 62 damage with an attack. We flee immediately. We purify the damage that we've got. Or not the damage, the thinger we've got. And then we go and we don't hit rest. We spam the O button instead of the X button. You know what's the worst thing? The worst thing is that, so for a lot of games, there's a safe button for you to spam, when you're trying to scroll through dialogue to get through it without accidentally tagging a thing. But some games, both action and cancel, both select different options in the option pool automatically and select them. So like in some games you can press a third party button. Like I think you can spam square in Breath of Fire 3 maybe, and it doesn't select any options, but it does advance dialogue. But in most games you can't advance dialogue with a button that isn't select or cancel. And so you end up with this weird situation where there's no real standardization of how do I get through dialogue that I've already seen without needing to stop and be careful when I'm approaching a dialogue choice. It's an issue. It's an unresolved issue. The technology to solve this simply does not exist. It's not entirely true. I would argue that Ren'Py actually has solved this problem, because pressing control just cycles through. Fuck me. This is why we need that Artemis cap. It's also very funny, by the way. I saw that CS didn't have a master, and I was like, this is going to be a problem, isn't it? This is going to be a problem. Oh, well, don't worry about it. I'm sure it's fine. It wasn't fine. It was not fine, actually. That's so funny. I was sure that... Doesn't CS, like... I'm actually going to check this. I'm curious about this. Didn't CS have 800 EXP remaining? It's gonna be a second. You had 890 EXP. Did you gain? You were gaining 300 EXP. Ciaz leveled up by 10 EXP. 10 EXP. And he only leveled up by 10 EXP because he was getting a disproportionate amount of the EXP pool. Because he was getting 300 instead of 250 because he's lower level. I'm telling you, man. The systems in this game are delightfully complicated in a way that just makes my life so much harder. It's like complications that just make it like so that things that you feel like, oh my god, 9 HP away, that it's like, okay, I can calc this out, we're golden, and then it's like, well, did you account for the fact that Nina is actually 6 levels higher than Ciaz, and as a result, Ciaz will get an additional 20% of the pool of EXP. Oh, a simple ratio of their levels? No. We have an arcane calculation that determines the EXP split and gives a very small but incredibly important only for the specific thing that you're dealing with difference in the amount of experience gained. Because she's like 50% higher level, and Ciaz is getting what, like... Okay, Ciaz is getting 50% more experience than she is. So actually, no, that checks out. That checks out from a ratio perspective. There's a way that you can get those two numbers to look the same. Don't worry about it, though. Got my eye on you. I've got your number, video game. I know what's going on with you. There we go. Come on, Cyclone. Yeah, baby. Alright, first one's down. It's so funny that it's exactly 300 XP. I can't believe the number of circumstances that have happened that are so edge case. Because so the thing to bear in mind is that I am doing a very weird run, right? I'm not doing normal things. The fact that Ciaz is losing out by 10 EXP off of not leveling here is so funny because you'd expect it to be either very clearly leveling up, okay, you're Dunbar, or not doing so at all, right? Not having anywhere near. The fact that it's exactly enough experience to level up in such a bizarre circumstance is just really funny because it's this is with half the party size that you're supposed to be fighting these with. So you're getting double the EXP. So doubling the EXP gives him exactly doubling the EXP on top of being 50% lower level than the other person. The whole thing just happening to give you that tie is just really funny to me. Similar to how Urshan is just barely not one-shotting, and we have a tie where it's there's a 50-50 chance this Cyclone kills. Right? The ratio there is exactly enough to be okay, well, with this incredibly bizarre system of things you've done, you have exactly a tie. And I just think that's funny. I feel like we've had a lot of situations where, like the fact that with this doesn't matter as much because it turns out we can just use Rejuvenate to blast them. But for the ghosts, the fact that the one ghost we had like a damage, like an attack versus defense tie, where there's like a 30% chance that we roll high enough that we don't do 0 damage on the attack, right? Like that's not likely to run into a tie situation like that, and I just think it's fun. The last couple of days have certainly been cursed, but in a good way, in a good and fun way, in my opinion. Wait, no, I didn't equip the Artemis cap yet. Gotta equip our cap. So this will increase. It increases our defense, but it's fine. It's fine that it increases our defense. We have 1 hit point. We're fine. We save the game. Okay, we click this button. We overwrite. Now, we have 1 guard left. That last guard is going to give us exactly enough EXP to level up Siaz, and that's good and proper. That'll get us through this section. It's also really funny because, like, I feel like as soon as we finish this section, we're going to get access to Najomo as a master. Most likely. And I just think that that's kind of funny that it's like, okay, if we had gotten Najomo, I would have been able to just eat the XP on Ryu. but because of the fact that we're like just barely before we get access, like similar, like the dream sequence. The dream sequence happens right before Nina gets access to the master. So like the fact that Nina's got to level 19 or whatever doesn't really change anything with regards to the dream sequence at the beginning. I can't farm those items in the dream sequence even though Nina's going to be able to level for days, because she doesn't get her master until 10 seconds after the dream sequence. But yeah, I do think that that's going to work out. So the nice thing is that I have confirmed that I can get really far in the game without Cray getting a single point of EXP. Cray has not had to eat shit. He hasn't had to eat any EXP this whole time, which means that I should hypothetically be able... How much do you want to bet there's another one of these fucking assholes? What do you think? There we go. 53 HP. Not a bad level, honestly. Get some nice power boosts. Get all that good jazz. Oh, and that gives us a cutscene immediately. Okay. Elena. How could I let this happen? Gray, how's it going? Nina, what are you doing here? We came to help you get you out of here, to help you escape. Huh? What good would that do? I mean, in the first place, where would we go anyway? It's just that if you're executed, the Warrens will try to take revenge and break the alliance. Besides, as long as it's with you, Cray, I'd go anywhere. Maybe you're right, Nina. No, you are right. Yeah, Nina is in fact correct that you should not allow yourself to be executed by a foreign country because it will be bad. And if we're stuck here, who's going to look for Elena? Nobody else cares. I mean, even if everyone else gives up hope, we can't, right? Right. We've got to get to Warren. I have to make sure they don't do anything stupid. It's not... Again, if your head of state gets executed by a foreign government, this is definitely an act of war. Like everything about this is like, yeah, man, like Warrant would be in the right to like 100% invade these fuckers. Like, I hate to tell you, but this is in fact an act of war. It's real bad. It's real bad. Don't kidnap foreign leaders. You know, it's just not a good vibe. Don't do it. Don't do it, man. It is very funny because I do feel like all of the characters in this are like the most irresponsible. Like, this is why monarchy is bad. Right? Because you get people like this. Like, as human beings, like Cray and Nina and all these people, they're fine. Right? They're fine people for the most part, right? Like, I don't have any objection to them as people. But as, like, government officials, they are toddlers. Like, it's like putting the responsibility that these people have and the position that they have, the position of power that they have, is so out of line with their behavior that it is mind-boggling. Also, we almost missed out on this because I'm an idiot. Okay, let's go save the game again. Because we almost missed out on a different missable in our attempt to ensure that we could get the Artemis cap. Okay. A different and probably more important missable. Though the Artemis cap is going to be pretty damn useful for me. Well, actually, probably won't, because I don't think that the hit chance has anything to do with parries, so I'm probably going to be parrying anyway. That's fine. Everything is fine. Hey, buddy. Can you believe it? I had no idea the prince was so cold-hearted. Maybe so, but I bet people would have... Also, this is also a monarchy. So I was not, in fact, correct that this is going to end up having been, like, the sole republic, and they're all going to be evil bastards in the republic. That was not a correct called shot, and I should have known that from the start, because the fact that the prince and the princess were what's the word, betrothed, is a thing that they started talking about at the very beginning of the game, and which like it's been referenced many times that it completely slipped my mind, but don't worry about it, it's fine. Okay. So let's go talk to someone. Let's see how we're going. How could you do that? You're supposed to be the chief of the Warren. Anyway, it's good to have you safe again. Be sure to talk to Tarn about what's happened, alright? If you want to take revenge on Ludia for what they did, I'll be right behind you. Cray, it's good to see you again. These crazy assholes, I just love them, actually, so much. I don't know why. There's something about these, just tiny old men that makes me happy. I don't know why. I'm not generally a fan of the tiny old man archetype, right? Generally speaking, I find them very annoying. But this particular group of tiny old men, I think, is delightful. Maybe it's because there's 3 of them all at once, and none of them are perving on any of my party members, or anyone else for that matter. They're just kind of being crazy old men. But I don't know. I think they're great. I'm sorry, if I'd been more responsible. Yeah, you should have been leading an army. I know, Cray, I know I'm your mother, but you're old enough now that you don't need to apologize to me if you've done something wrong. You're not a child anymore. Yeah, but you are, the only person in, your community who knows is, competent. You did what you felt you had to, right? Yeah, but did you consider that maybe, you could have gone through diplomatic channels to go, oh, yeah, we have it on good authority that you've kidnapped the Princess of Windia, and if she's not returned, then that'll be considered an act of war against the Alliance, and there's going to be consequences? I don't know, man, you're
You're a head of state. Act like one. Craig did what he did because he wanted to help find my sister. Yeah, and rather than send a dedicated search party of professionals, rather than send some spies into the Empire, like, do anything that involves using the station, the incredibly powerful station that you and Nina and Elena represent, instead of taking any advantage of that, just taking individual action as a lone idiot who does... Cray is not a spycraft person, okay? Cray's idea of being stealthy is, oh, some people walked into this room that is otherwise empty. Let's walk slowly behind the curtain. Not, let's walk back through this door we just came through. Right? Like, let's not go into the room with the people in it. Let's stay out of the room until they leave. Right? Like, that's the level of spycraft that we're dealing with Cray. Send a spy. And I've played Crusader Kings, okay? Your mother makes a great spy. Just generally speaking. Make your mother your spy master. She's going to do a great job. I know the loss of your sister must be difficult, but whatever you do, don't give up hope. She could turn up anywhere, anytime. In any event, you all must be tired. You can figure out what to do next tomorrow. They're all a bunch of... None of these people... She could turn up anywhere, anytime. No! She's been kidnapped. She can't turn up anywhere, anytime. She could be released by the Empire anytime, but she's not going to come from anywhere. Her position is known. Good morning, Quay. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried about what's going to happen next, but Tarn reminded me that hope is only lost if we give up. The Empire's made their demands. They say that to prevent further incursions like ours, the Alliance is to turn over huge areas of land on the border to create a neutral zone. Okay. Yeah, so don't do it. What are you talking about? See, everyone's awake. Good. Let's think about what we should do now. Oh, shit. I didn't talk to Urshan. I didn't realize the talking to this person would advance things. So the Empire's using you as an excuse to try to get the right to enter lands controlled by the Alliance, whatever they want, huh? As treaty conditions go, that's pretty ridiculous. They're up to something, but what? I don't know, but it seemed like they were looking for something. You know what? I've been thinking. I figured out what they're looking for. I think they're looking for Quay. When we were in that town in the desert, that captain from the Empire said they were looking for a dragon, right? Think about it. I found Quay naked in the middle of the desert. The mud dragon suddenly became violent around him. He has a dragon's eye. Nothing about him is normal. That's not to say I don't like you or anything like that. If that's true, they really are looking for Quay. He could be either by the Empire or Ludia against the other. Sounds to me like you need to figure out if that's true or not. Maybe if we take Quay to meet the Wind Dragon in Windia, he can tell us what we need to know. Makes sense to me. If you want to know about a dragon, the best place to ask is another dragon. I'd say it's worth a try. Ooh, you got the Jade Stone. You can use that to go through the ruins to Windia. I don't know if your friend Quay is a dragon or not, but I know the way to find out is to ask the Wind Dragon. Right. Well, that sounds reasonable. You know, no complaints here about this strategy. This actually seems perfectly reasonable. So I guess we're going through the ruins, which... conveniently, we've already unlocked. We don't need to go through the plains again at all. I think. Question mark? Right? It is also funny that we can't just, like, I don't know, take a cart. Like... we have to go through this, like, magical apparatus to get to Windia. Isn't Windia one of the alliance countries? Like, shouldn't we have like trade routes or something? It feels like we should have like normal ass routes to get through here, but what do I know? Alright, let's see how many problems we run into here. We're gonna have drakes and caterpillars. Okay, that's good to know. Let's take a look at my list. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Enemy skills. Okay, we have 500 Zenny here. You know what I should open? I should go to that Miscibles guide and just have that open, huh? Okay. Doesn't seem like it's gonna happen immediately. Fortunately, I don't think this is the routing that I want right now. That is in fact just a dead end. No item. Okay. We're running from the drakes. I'm actually going to check if drakes have anything that I want. I think they do. Let's see. They certainly have stuff I want to steal, but I'm not stealing them. Okay. Nut troops. Holy shit! Oh man. Those nut troops are doing some work. Oh, it pulled somebody in. Interesting. Well, on the plus side, it'll be easy to take some of my characters out in future engagements. Makes my life a little simpler. Now, do I have anything that I need to do here? So, I just fired up something, question mark. Okay, so this light is off. So, one of the things that was very cool about the previous game is that puzzle rooms did not have random encounters. Pretty much universally. There might have been a couple that did, but I don't even know that there were. Like, any. I'm just saying. So, do we want you to do this? Yes, but I can't do it, so I guess that's not happening. So instead, we're doing this. You know, it is convenient when the puzzle just doesn't let you do the thing that you aren't supposed to do, you know? Let's see. I'm gonna go this way first. I don't know what this does. Oh. Is this just like the exit? Glad I found a place to rest out of here. Don't suppose you'd be interested in trading that iron ball you got for this treasure? Sure, buddy. I'd love to. Okay. So what is this? Where the fuck am I? So... Fen is where? This is the same place as before. I'm gonna check this. Is there gonna be a sign here? I guess we can check. So if there's gonna be a sign there, then yeah, I don't think there's a sign there. I think if there's a sign, it'll be a... Yeah, it'll be a location. So we are on the correct side of the shrine here. So we have access to Omfen from here. Okay. So... Wait, what? What? The fuck is this? Okay. So... I walk to the plains, I enter the plains, and look, I am not pleased with that arrangement. I will say sloppy is the word that immediately comes to mind. When it that particular puzzle room, the word that comes to mind is sloppy on every level. Between the fact that you have random encounters in the room and the fact that the puzzle resets to its default position instead of resetting to a position that is solved for the entrance. So, the entrance that you come into the shrine from should determine what position the shrine puzzle is in. Basically, this is the way that these kinds of puzzles work in every game. This is just this is very standard. So basically, this shrine puzzle should not look like this from the other side. From the other side, it should look like it the way that it ended just now. That's just pretty standard. But what do I know? What do I know? More than you think. More than you think. So, you can be turned this way, because I think that this is the way to go either way. You can only be turned this way. Is there a route behind this thing? There sure ain't. So, with that being the case, can I keep you turning? No. How the fuck do I get to the other side of this thing? Oh, I'm an idiot. There's another staircase here. Okay, there's a chest up here. We got 4 silver tops? Holy shit. that activates that orb. Which is presumably useful for something. Is there a point to activating all the orbs? Or not? So, if I have this in that position, then I definitely can't get to there. But putting this in this position presumably will allow me to hit the green switch. This, I don't think, has an impact. I think we're fine for now. So we can't move this that way. We'll move this like this. And how does that impact our lives? Hopefully we don't need to hit the yellow one. The golden. So, where are we pushing you? That's nice. Okay. We got a light bangle. That's a pretty good reward. Alright. And I believe that's everything for in here. Let's ask Billy. Billy! What do you think about this shrine in terms of what's the last item that you're going to get here? Do you not have... Billy? Billy? Why don't you... Wait, Billy doesn't have a thing here. Billy doesn't have an itemized list of everything that you find in the dungeon? I don't know, man. Let's... Dales. Bring me home, Dales. Dales! Okay. My relationship with Billy is over. It's all Dales now. Dales even has like a recommended level, actually. And those recommended levels are kind of nuts, actually. That's kind of interesting. So, according to Dales, at this point, I should be level 21, which even Nina ain't that high level, and she's eaten all of the experience. She's like, what, level 19? She's level 19, so... Crazy levels out here. Apparently you can get an item back here. Now, we do have Billy to thank for me knowing that. But yes, we now have an itemized list at the start of each area, so... And it also includes... And this is clutch. It does include what enemies are in the area, and I have a list on my own that says what enemies I need. So, as an example, I can just look at this list and go, okay, I have one enemy skill that I need to pick up in this area. It's pretty nice. Okay, so we have what, like somewhere between 3 and 5 chests to pick up here, and we need to find. Is that a cracker? That sure do be a cracker. Okay. So we're gonna bring in people who are gonna survive a single hit, so that we have the potential to learn whatever these things use. There we go. We got Mind Flay instantly. Let's go. Nailed it. What the fuck is that? Why did that... Okay. Life is good. Okay, flare it up. And we done here. We done here. We leave this battle, and we're gonna go save. We've barely entered the dungeon. It makes the most sense for me to just save so that I don't have to worry about... Who knows? It could take 10 encounters to run into a Mind Flayer again. They're not called Mind Flayers, they're called Crackers. But don't worry about it, it's fine. I'm on Twitch, I can't call them that. I'll get banned. Twitch is a very special place.
Alright, we're gonna pop through here. Where is this thing? Sign? Sign? There we go. Stepping on part of the walkway that's been repaired will make a loud noise which could frighten some of the animals in the swamp. Please try to walk quietly. Okay. Oh! Okay, gotcha. I remember this. I remember this mechanic. Crazy as it may seem, I do in fact remember this mechanic. I remember, like, absolutely nothing, but why are there patrols? Why am I fighting random patrols? Who are these people? Am I in Ludia again? Because we were in Warrant. So there's a item here. And I think there's going to be 3 chests, but there might be 5. Alright. So. Nina heals herself. We grab you. That's a baby frog. We're gonna walk. Okay, interesting. Are we done with that first area? Wasn't there more over in the right side? Do we think there's more over there? No. No, that's clearly a dead end. All these are dead ends. Don't worry about it. According to Dales, assuming that Dales is formatting things correctly, the first item that you get should be that baby frog, which means, since the baby frog is on the route to the next area, there shouldn't be another thing behind me. In theory. In theory. So, I trust Dales implicitly. Okay, Billy betrayed us. And by betrayed us, I mean... No, Billy did betray us with the guard, actually. Billy betrayed us. However, Dales' FAQ is like 500 KB, okay? And you know, if there's one sign of a good FAQ, it's length. And if there's 2 signs of a good FAQ, it's an itemized listing of enemies and items in the zone that you're about to enter. So, in my opinion, so it doesn't matter if I'm walking or running? Okay. Well, that's good to know. It doesn't matter whether I'm walking or running. When I step on these, it just goes anyway. I went the wrong way. Okay, so now we have to roll this thing all the way back around, probably. Actually, you know what? I think we can get to that one. Let's go to that one first. No, we can't get to that one because we have to go over a thing to get there. God damn it. You know what? I will go the backward route. Let's do that. Okay, where do you go? You go to here. Let's just grab this. We're gonna get on this. Do it again. So that lets us go to here. Which does something for us, presumably. Now, what does this do for us? I don't know. Let's just continue rotating backward, I guess. This is not how I should be doing this. This is not the way. We're just going completely backward. It would be much faster to do it the other way. But that's fine. Don't worry about it. So we want to get to a connection there. Let's step on this. We can't go that way, so we are just going to get off this direction and look around first. We do have a connection here to somewhere. We have a connection to right there, which allows us to go to here, which activates this, which means that we no longer have a connection. Then we go to here, we get this, that's scale mail. And then we keep going. Okay, now this lets us go somewhere. Do we... We still need to get to there. I need to figure out how to do that. So I can get to there from somewhere over there, presumably. So so I think I do want to just go forward. So I'm going to try hitting this one more time, and hopefully we're connected to the next thing then. Yes, we are. So from here, we go to this. And then those are connected. So where am I supposed to be? So now you're connected up. So if I do one more, you will connect here and where we're trying to get to. Perfect. Exactly what we're looking for. Fuck. Exactly what we're looking for. There we go. 3 life shards. That means that we've gotten every item. That thing has 3 in it, and so it said ×3, and I was not sure if it was ×3 from one item or 2. Okay. Why are there 2 of these right here? There aren't. It's just confused. Okay. So I can jump across to there. What does that do for me? Is it... Okay. Is there any reason to be here? Huh. I guess it's just a shortcut. I'm not going to worry about it. Dangerous species on snake habitat. Patrol in effect. Okay. So there's soldiers patrolling to protect the endangered fen snakes? Question mark. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know what's going on in this country. This place is just wild. All right, what's going on here? Whose house is this? Wait, what? I was hoping she'd start wearing clothes after we got married. Oh well, I guess that's what I get for marrying a fairy. Anything here? You found a vigor seed. Who do you think you are, barging into someone's room like that? Get out! Okay. sure that that's the response to everybody. Okay, so we found Najomo. Do I have access to the thing now? You see, how's it going? Robbed some money. Oh, okay. Why? I'm sure that if we go to meet with the Wind Dragon, he'll be able to tell you something about you, Quay. Windia is Alina and Nina's home. I'd like to avoid causing any trouble there if we can. Urshan explains that there are some dragons that can speak as well as understand human language. The Wind Dragon on Windia is one such dragon. Gotcha. You can talk to the Wind Dragon, but not all dragons can talk, apparently. Let's see how this... This is such an interesting departure from the previous games. Because in the previous games, the Dragon Clan is just one of the various, like, animal clans. So Dragon Clan is just one of them. And in this game, it's like, ah, yes. The dragons are basically gods. We'll be in Windia soon, Quay. Alina and I were born and raised inside Castle Windia. I'm sorry, Nina. I didn't mean for us to end up like this. Coming back to Windia without Alina. But we had to. If you're captured by Ludi again, we'll never be able to find Alina. And I suppose you're right. And who knows, we might be able to find some more clues as to Alina's whereabouts here. There you are, finally! I've been looking all over for you. I've been looking for you too, friend. I'm so happy to see you. I'm so happy to see you. Could I have seen you 12 minutes ago when I was not... You gotta help us, Dragon Boy. We were able to get back to our home, but we're completely idiots. We don't know how to do anything. That's actually basically what they said. I'd love to come help you. I would love to help you so much. I'm so happy to help you right now. No messages. Oh. We're so glad you're here. We've totally forgotten how to live by ourselves. Alright, well... Tell fairies what pace to work at. Normal... Large food requirement. I think we move everyone into food for now, because like right now we need that. Do I set them? It says large food requirement, but I have no idea how any of this works, but that's fine. We're going to send everybody up. I should probably not put you here, though. No, you need to be clearing that. Oh. Really? Shouldn't I need to... This is a hoe. This is a hammer. But it does say cut down trees and build houses. So I guess cutting down trees and building houses. So clearing and building are the same task. There are 4 of you, not 3 of you. Are you just not going to do any work? You know what? That checks out. You know what? Actually, no, that checks out. that sounds about what I'd expect. The fairies looked like they were having fun. Were they? Once you talk with the Wind Dragon, the path you must take will be revealed to you. If Urshan says it, it must be true. I wonder what the fairies meant when they said that reality isn't different from a dream. Windia is... Did they say that? Windia is Alina, and Nina's home. Okay, yep. That's not new. Cray is very mission-focused. He's like, yeah, fairies, whatever, I don't care. Which is also kind of funny, because Cray has never seen these fairies before. This is the first interaction Cray has had with the fairies, and he's just like, man, I'm over it already. I've talked to the fairies once, and I don't care. Alright, let's see if we can get Najomo as a master now. I don't know what the requirement is, but we'll find out. I don't know how the fairies work in this game in terms of how they progress. Like, do they progress based off of battles, the way that they did in the previous game, or do they progress based off of Thayer? And I just don't know. Who do you think you are, okay? That's fine. That's fine. I probably need to have more fairies. I believe Najomo's progression is based off of the number of fairies you have in the village. So, presumably I just need to progress the village to make that happen. Once we get Najomo, we have to basically make the decision on whether we are going to give a shit about agility. If we try to take... So the master that we're going to be taking is a huge penalty to agility, and I'll basically end up at level 99 with like less than 100 agility. Which doesn't matter as much as it would in Breath of Fire 3, but would make me substantially slower than like the final boss and things like that, right? Like I'd be slower than them. So I just noticed that there's a 4 in the compass. I did not realize that. Welcome to Windia, stranger. This is my house. It's also an inn, so drop by if you need a place to stay. I heard that Princess Alina's disappeared. I sure hope she's alright. It's amazing, no? What a different skills and wings make, no? Still, whether you live in the sea or fly in the air, business is business, eh? So what can we trade you for? We can get gold tops here. We can get a bamboo rod, which we already have. We get tails. And Aurum, which we don't need. I don't know that we need any of these right now. But these will be good for getting abilities from the person as well. So coupons gives a discount at shops. Linked poll is kind of interesting. The render is fine. Isn't that the town that was on the front line during the war? She must be brave to go to a place like that. I certainly couldn't. Okay. Oh, I can't turn around further than this. I heard Princess Nina's left in search of her missing sister. That king must be worried sick about them. Yeah, I'll bet. Don't you worry, I won't disappear anywhere. If my sister disappeared, I'd go look for her too. Yeah, that checks out. Now again, you'd think that like there would be more people that would be looking for the missing princess, not just like a head of state and another princess. Like, it's kind of crazy that there aren't like search parties and other, like, it's crazy. This is the politics of this world are absolute madness. I'm so curious, like, what the hell is going on. This is a peaceful city still. Even here there are rumors of war. Yeah, considering one of their fucking royals has disappeared. One of these days I'm gonna have my own weapons store. A big one, too. Oh, love that for you. Love that for you. Wand of Air. So I can cast Sever off of this, I guess? I wonder... Slight resistance versus magic. Party dress. Long boots. I wonder if the mage's robes increases wisdom. You'd think that it would. I'm not going to buy anything like that, though. I just don't. I don't have enough income. So glad you came back safely. Yep, had my fill of war. No more fighting for me. Yep. Definitely there's definitely no other wars on the horizon. Hello, Momo. You know, I was thinking, what am I doing here, and how did I get here? Last thing I remember, I was working on something in my room, then there was this big explosion. Oh well, I guess it's not that important. Hey, would you be interested in hearing some of my stories? I would love for you to talk to me, Momo, please. That's real nice of you. You might not know by looking at me, but I've traveled around a lot. I've picked up a lot of interesting stories here and there. Here, I'll teach you something I learned. I forget where, but anyway, I'll show you how to dress. You know, this is actually very appropriate considering the particular way that we were playing the previous game. This actually makes so much sense. Let's give Urshan Momo for right now, I think. Come back, see me again when you got the time. I'll tell you about some other things I know. Bye! Do I actually have enough time on the clock for this? Maybe. Oh, you came back. Great. I was kind of bored with no one to talk to. Alright. Apparently not. Let's see, like, I don't belong here. It's as if I fall into a parallel dimension or something, you know? But the fact that she teaches drows is really funny, considering that, like, she's like, I don't know where I picked this up, and it's like, man, you probably watched Nina and Ryu and Cake doing so much drowsing that you just picked up on it. I hope the princess will return to us safely. I named this one Alina as well. Indeed. So, Sinesta. That explains what the other person was saying. Windian women sure are pretty, ain't they? My wife is pretty in her day, too. Wow. That is a wild thing to say. That is a wild thing to say on so many levels. Like, every component of that... Like, that sentence started out crazy and just kept getting worse. Hey, man, you know, these Windian women, they sure are hot, am I right? You know, my wife used to be hot. He doesn't look that old. Like, he's max in his 50s. I'm sure his wife is still good looking. You know? In order to prevent the young master from growing any fatter, I hid all the silverware. Now I can't eat anything at all. You hid all the silverware so that the young master can't eat anything. What the fuck, man? We've lost everything. Our chopsticks, spoons, forks, toothpick, even our straws. I want to eat now! Wait, what you're carrying there, is that a fork? Would you be willing to give it to me? I'll give you 16 pieces of Aurum for it. No, man. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I see. Well, should you find any more pieces of silverware, please bring me. I'll think about it. I'll get back to you on that. This is crazy. The cook hid the fucking silverware, as if that's gonna prevent the kid from eating. And also, you're the cook. I taught my boy to have proper manner. He won't touch his food with his hands ever. There's a book titled Using Silverware. Table Manners for Children. How? Diet Hard 3? I appreciate that. Okay. Diet Hard 3 with a vengeance. Ugh. With a flangence, maybe. Trying to think of a good pun off of vengeance. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna give up my fork. I have, in fact, heard some people say she didn't want to get married to the Prince of Ludia and ran off. They say it's okay even for master travelers like me to go inside the castle. I guess that means the king must be a pretty friendly fellow. Please use this lift to get to the castle. This person is so Crusader coded, it's actually alarming. I'm like looking at this guy, I'm like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. This isn't gonna end well for me, is it? We get to the power we need to operate this lift from all the windmills. Quite a view, isn't it? If you're lucky, you might even see the wind dragon flying up here. Ring of Wind? I'll take that. Sounds like a good thing to have access to. That probably gives me some wind resistance. I think if I equip that on Nina, she's probably completely immune to wind attacks. So, particularly useful for the carry to be able to become completely immune to a type. Sorry, but ordinary citizens aren't allowed past this point. Okay, well, I'm not a citizen, so how about you let me pass? I'm not from here, man. I'm not a citizen of anywhere. Don't people get scared living so high up? We Windians are not afraid of heights. On the contrary, we love high places. I ain't afraid of heights. This kid's gonna die. This kid is not long for this world. Jumping up and down on the parapets. Like, where are your parents, child? No one can pass this point without permission from the king. Okay, what about the princess? Okay, well, apparently that includes the princess. I did not check this corner. Okay, this corner's fine. That checks out. Alright. I can't believe it's only at 11:30. We've made so much progress. It's so delightful. The dungeons in this are very short. If I wasn't doing a low-level game, I feel like this would be a very fast run. I'm sorry, but ordinary Princess Nina? Oh, sure? It's good to have you back, Princess. I wonder what we... I should have talked with Cray, because I'm curious if Cray would get a different response too, because Cray is not an ordinary citizen, he's a visiting dignitary. Does this mean Princess Alina isn't coming back? We don't know, and nobody seems to care, except for everybody. Like, this is an interesting situation where clearly everybody cares about this, and everyone's talking about this, but nobody's doing anything. Like, the people in power are doing absolutely nothing, while the citizenry is, like, panicking. This is a really interesting political dynamic that's going on in this situation. It's Princess Nina. Go on in, Princess. You can see the king anytime. Oh, shit. I didn't think that was where the king was going to be. Well, look at that. They actually, like each other or whatever. Imagine. I didn't know what to think when I received word from Ludia that you'd been captured. What was I supposed to think? My daughter goes out in search of her missing sister only to get caught trespassing in enemy territory? How did this happen? Why are you begging forgiveness? The Empire kidnapped this man's daughter. And there's nothing is being done about it. If it hadn't been for me. Enough. What's done is done. Regardless of what happened, I owe you my thanks, Chief Gray. So you would probably have discovered for yourself our neighbor and supposed ally, Ludia. Let's go? Is more worried about their relations with the Empire than in helping me search for my daughter. However, in spite of all obstacles, not the least of which being your responsibilities as leader of the Warren Nation, you chose to search for her yourself. Not many other men could do what you did, but you also didn't send anybody out to investigate this. So what do you intend to do now? Sooner or later, the Ludians are bound to discover that you were here. We will, of course, do everything we can to protect you. Father, there's something we'd like to do while there's still time before the Ludians come. We want to meet with the Wind Dragon. We have questions that only he can answer. The Ludians are coming! The Ludians are coming! Pungryong, the Wind Dragon, the patron god and protector of our people. Am I just going to cutscene my way all the way through this whole thing? Yes, we need to speak with Pungryong. Only he can tell us what we need to know about the dragons. It's my assumption that the dragon names are not Japanese. It's my assumption that they're going to be closer. They're going to be probably Chinese. Like they're like a name that's been translated from Chinese into Japanese, or it's meant to sound Chinese at the very least in Japanese, and then from there it's being translated again into English. That's my assumption because like the Emperor is clearly based off of like the whole dynamic there feels very Chinese, not very Japanese to me. I guess I could be wrong because the Japanese Emperor has like kind of a similar vibe to the Chinese Emperor, but I get a distinct Chinese vibe off of it. So that's Korean? I was thinking that sounded Korean, but it isn't as what's the word? I got a Chinese vibe off of the dynamic of like the first Emperor and stuff like that. I wonder if different dragons are from different areas. Are they all Korean? By the way, I have no idea how to pronounce any of those. I just am guessing based off of vibes. Even though I'm King of Windia, I have no control over the dragon. You know that. That's pretty true. We believe that if the dragon can tell us what the Empire is searching for, then we might be able to think of some way to stop them. I see. Very well. Go to the woods east of here. There you'll find the Oracle of Wind, a priestess who serves the Wind Dragon. I shall inform her you're coming. Rest tonight. You'll begin your journey in the morning. It's very interesting interacting with foreign media that then has within it like foreign things because of the fact that it's like you've got this double like there's sort of like a dual translation going on that's kind of interesting. Oracle lives in the forest to the east of Windia. Don't worry, should the Ludians inquire about you, we'll think of something to distract them. Shouldn't you not need to do that? King has been put in a most difficult position. On the one hand, he has to protect his daughter. On the other, he has to maintain our relations with Ludia. Ludia doesn't seem like they want to maintain their relations with y'all. The Oracle lives in the forest. Don't worry. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. You know, I actually have a friend who would be particularly apt at translating the sort of like Korean aspects of this because they're Korean and also speak, I think, fluent Japanese, and have like worked with like Japanese companies and stuff like that. So they would be very good at both sides of that like translation matrix to be like, oh, okay, this is the thing that they're referencing, and this is the ways that they have they have localized it into the Japanese, and then here's the way that Japanese localization of the Korean has been localized into English. Man, I wish I had more languages under my belt, because being trilingual with that particular combination of languages probably gives you access to so much, like, depth of, like, the richness with which you can pull out of, like, certain media. There's so much that you can pull out of that by knowing all of the languages involved along the pipeline. Oh, man. And not just the languages, but, like, the cultural associations and stuff like that. Strategy sessions were held every day here during the war. I'm just glad the war's over. I hope we never have another one. You know, I'm sure there will never be another war and everything will be fine. I'm sure it's gonna go great. Okay. Where are we going here? Alright. I think... nothing to report. Good on ya. Okay. I think we're basically done here. Because yeah, there's a lot going on culturally in this game that I think would be interesting to dig deeper into. Princess Alina is engaged to marry the Prince of Ludia. Princess Nina's next in line for the throne. Which should I choose? A love that is wrong or a love that cannot... Wait, what? Wait, what are you talking about? So Princess Nina is the younger daughter, but she's in line to inherit it over her elder sister. So presumably Alina was disinherited to prevent the merging of the two dynasties, I would assume. I can't believe I was stupid enough to get caught. Oh well, at least I still got the treasure I was looking for. Hey, you got that brass ball. I heard tell that belonged to the king himself. Did it now. Okay. Okay, we got a tin ball. I didn't even know that was in here. I was about ready to leave. I was like, we probably got everything. Okay, so yes, we are a level below the ground floor here. Right, we didn't go into this is where we ended up. Can we go in here? Loot this. Fat frog. Nothing. So that goes downstairs. This is the main level. We already talked to you. There. Sorry, I'm distracted by thinking about allegory. Just sort of in a broad sense, without any real coherent thoughts behind it. So, we're moving on to... Apparently, we're going to talk to some auntie? Why do we need to talk to an auntie? Why can't we just, like, go talk to the dragon? Okay. So there's two intersection points there. We're going to the Cask Woods, which probably has some interesting stuff in it. Let's go ask Dale. Oh, we don't even need to ask Dale. I know all about you. Hello, friend. Hello, my friend. Give that last resort to me. Is that what you have? Yeah, it is. Ooh, this is a big one. We got it. We got last resort. Let's go. Okay, so ignore this. Do we feel like we got basically everything here? Maybe, maybe not. Not gonna worry about it. Okay, so what do we have here? Okay, we don't have... I don't think we have anything new here. Because we already fought the B troop earlier. So it shows up earlier on... It shows up here on my list because the list is wrong, but... this is... Because we already learned... I mean, okay. Let's check this. I'm fairly certain that I already... B Troop is the enemy... This is the same thing. So I'm fairly certain that this will have the same ability that we already picked up. I don't think I want to fight you with a Bilboa. Let's just use Last Resort. I feel like that's a dangerous proposition. Just a little bit. Alright. So where the hell am I going? I guess I'm just wandering around. Is this where I just came from? Don't worry about it. I wish I had a holy mantle. Ooh. You know, y'all didn't really need... You don't really need Last Resort. You know, if you really think about it. You're probably fine without it. Oh, never mind. Never mind. You need Last Resort. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Should have brought Last Resort. And I don't need Cray to be healed. I do probably want to switch my party to whoever has the highest speed. So that's definitely you. I think that Cray is faster than the other two. Though I think Urshan has a surprisingly high... No, Urshan has a very surprisingly high speed. Urshan has 20 agility baseline, I believe, which is really surprising for a level 3 character. It's especially surprising for a level 3 character that is like... Is there a reason to move this? I guess if I wanted to make my life harder. It's presumably just a tutorial. I'm excited to getting access to Najomo as a master. I think that we'll probably get access to Najomo after this dungeon. Because after this dungeon, I'll have gotten some levels and things. Okay, so this is a puzzle of some sort. So, can't do anything from here. Can I get through here? No. There's a sign there. You know what? I will guard on turn 1. So I didn't learn Wild Swing. Huh. I thought I had learned Wild Swing from this already, but apparently I didn't learn Wild Swing from it. That's very interesting. Are there 2 types of Beach Root? Or did I just not learn it because I didn't learn it? I do not know. I should have learned that. I'm pretty sure that is the ability that it had before. Maybe I didn't learn it because the character went down in the fight? I don't think so. I don't know what caused that, but don't worry about it. Oh god, don't give me a tutorial! No! Wait. Where's this go? It's item time. Weather Vane. Okay. Here. So where does this go? This goes somewhere. I don't think that goes anywhere that I need. So I'm just going to go up to here. I don't think that additional jump does anything for me. I think it's just a distraction. How about I open up the enemy guide? Let's see. Oh, you know what? There are 2 different types of Beach Root. There's Beach Root with shield and without shield. And with shield, they use Wild Swing, and without shield, they use Risky Blow. So you can actually learn 2 different attacks from them. It's just that you wouldn't want to learn the other attack from them. When you are fighting the first one, because you want to get the thing from it. Oh, you know what? That actually makes a lot of sense. If I do this, then I can pull this one back. And in what way does that help me? It really doesn't. It doesn't make a difference at all. As far as I'm aware. 3 Bilboas! It's Bilboas for days! Okay. So does this give me a leave to a new... Okay, yeah, this is a new area. Let's see. Okay. We've got crackers, we got nut mages. We have... Oh, shit. Okay, CS. You're having a bit of a rough day right now. You know, I almost hit charge there, because I was trying to do that one-handed, and it was not working out great for me. And that could have gone very bad, because if I had hit charge, I think I would have probably killed something, and if I had killed something, then I would have had to eat... I would have had to, like... eat all the XP with Nina. It would have been a whole thing. I would have had to kill the entire party. So This would not be good. It would not be good. Considering how hard these enemies are hitting, having Nina be the sole survivor against them is a difficult prospect compared to, Oh, you are thorns. No, that checks out. Okay. So, that... Oop. It's kind of funny that the enter command thing blocks you from seeing the stats of the character that you have selected right now. Is there an item or anything here? No. Okay. So we should be almost done here, I think. We've gotten quite a lot of items. We've gotten through one puzzle sequence. I'm kind of curious about something. How much HP do I have on Ciaz right now? Ciaz has 266. Oops. Still 266. So the damage that's being done to characters is only being done to the characters in the exploration party. So in theory, if I want to protect myself for my combat party, I can basically just have the combat party not be in the exploration party, and then they're immune to having any problems. They can't have any like of the world map things deal damage to them. Certainly not that particular thing, which is good to know. So like if I moved Nina out of the party, I wouldn't have to worry about in the other place. I wouldn't have to worry about her taking damage in combat until we get into combat. Okay. Always be running. We got there. Golden. You know, I thought that there were more sequences with Fal Lu than there actually are. If you seek the Oracle of the Wind, you shall find her here. Well, that doesn't seem accurate. She's not here. Oh, well. I mean, she's pretty close. Hello, Auntie. I'm the Oracle of the Wind. I hear the voice of the dragon Pung Ryong as it is carried on the wind. You have a magnificent dragon's eye, although it is rare to see someone with only one. You mean Kuei's a dragon? Not all those who have the dragon's eye are dragons. Still, this one has about him a powerful aura. I feel he's close to Pung Ryong. Once, a long time ago, Pung Ryong told me of the dragon that appears only once in hundreds of years, a dragon called the Yorai Dragon. The dragon of the future. It is said that this Yorai Dragon will have a great effect upon the world and those living in it, that he will bring great joy or terrible destruction. So that's what the Empire's after. They must want the Yorai Dragon's power for themselves. I have told you all I know. The rest you must ask Pung Ryong for yourselves. You must search below Castle Windia and find the Wind Flute. With it, you'll be able to enter Pung Top, the Tower of the Wind. You'd think that the king would know this. I'm not gonna lie. Then again, this is the same king who has sent nobody to go help his daughter, so you know what? I actually would not expect him to know shit. Now that I think about it. Why would anybody in Windia know anything about Windian relics? You know, it's very silly of me to make these presumptions. Let's see. First, we have to go below Castle Windia and find the Wind Flute, and then use it to get into the Tower of the Wind, right? That's right. There's a device in the Tower of the Wind that'll take us far above the Earth. If we use it, we should be able to beat Pungryom. Wait a minute. Where's Seadas? You know, he was being paid by the Ludian to watch over us. He's probably gone to tell them what we're up to. What? But I thought... Looks like we'd better hurry. It's almost like he's doing the thing that he told you he was gonna do. Like, he did warn you. He did say, hey, they didn't tell me to stop you. They just told me to tell them what you're up to. He can't do that from here. He has to go to do the thing. So now we have to go back to Windia, because nobody has their head on straight and knows what the hell's going on. So we have to go all the way back to Windia, and then go into the basement, and go... Oh, wait, no. First we have to talk to the king to get the king's permission to go down into the basement in order to get the thing, and then we need to go to Vung Top, or whatever it's called, and it's all fine. It's fine. This is not where we're going. We're going somewhere else. If the Oracle says you must have it, then have it you shall. You have my permission to take the Wind Flute. The Wind Flute's an ancient holy relic needed to enter the Shadow of Wind, which is sacred to the Wind Dragon. It's kept in the safe place beneath the castle. If you know this already, then why did you send me to talk to the auntie about it? You knew I wanted to talk to Dragon, and you know how to talk to Dragon. Why do I need to talk to the auntie? Yeah, time is short now, isn't it? It's almost as if I went on a fool's errand for no reason. You know, sometimes you watch like a show and then it like permanently corrupts your language profile. There's like a specific character in Dimension 20 who says the word fool's errand at some point, and it has become a permanent part of my lexicon. Nope. I don't remember how I got to the dungeon, because that's a different dungeon. I think I get access to it from the middle tier, not the bottom tier. These people, just like sending me on the... It's like, oh yeah, we know about that thing that... It's like... This is why no one's doing anything about the princesses, because they're all a bunch of jokers. Like, Ray from the first game was right. Like, they're all just a bunch of jokers. I was told you'd be coming. Good luck. So we have a dungeon here. Like a dungeon? Do you just let monsters chill in your basement, man? Like, what are you doing? Okay, what's in here? Ooh, we have a cadaver. We haven't seen those in a while. It's crazy that we're running into cadavers again. Okay, it's 12 o'clock. What am I looking for? We do have a new enemy type here, maybe? Potentially? And we have 3 chests that we need to get. There's one of them. And that is ostensibly the first one. And do I have any skills that I need to learn from any of these things? I think I need to figure out what's going on with some of these enemies because I'm not actually sure. Wait. Does this thing change its... Do I think... So let's take a look. Do I think... No. So this cannot use the ability that I wanted to use anywhere down here. So we can't learn the thing here. We might have had access to it earlier, or this might be the first opportunity to run into this enemy. I don't actually know. There's a decent chance that we die here. Oh shit! Wait. You can use feint? No. No, 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 no. That is not what we want to see right now. Please, go away. Okay, that's spooky. So feint means there's the possibility that we get confused. Alright, so I don't think I can actually go that way. What the fuck, man? Do I have to, like, turn you off? Nope. I'm so confused. Huh? Is there something I'm missing here? Okay. Is it, do I just have to wait on getting, like, good luck on a cycle or something? Every fraction of a second, it has the opportunity to change directions again? Like, it's not on an actual, like, cycle or anything? Okay, well, we got there. Okay. We got terrible cycles over and over and over again, but we got there eventually. Let's see. Okay. Oh, that's convenient. Balance ring. Does that make me immune to confuse? If it makes me outright immune to confuse, I'm equipping that on me right now. It's a lot of defense to lose, unfortunately. But oh wait, no, it's not, because we actually only lose a few of the defense because the balance ring has 4 defense built in. This dungeon is very funny. There's just like so much like randomness to things. I don't think are these cycles consistent? I don't think they are. Like I think that it's just like a random check each time. I think like every... Okay, wait a second. I do need to check something. Is there an item in between balance ring and... What? The balance ring that I just picked up isn't on the list. Dale! Dale! Why? You were the chosen one! Okay, well, fuck. Okay, it's fine. Alright, so we're trying to get over here? I actually have no idea which direction I'm trying to get to. Now, I could just read the whole thing to, like, see what he's got to say about locations for things, but don't worry about it, it's fine. Okay, please don't jump on Nina and kill her instantly, because that would make me very sad. Okay. That's a lot of damage right there. Okay. That's fine. Okay, everything's great. We're in a great position. I love everything about this. Okay, I'm moving over here because I might as well get myself sliced up by the blades. Oh, okay, this is a cavity wall. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Easy peasy. Healing herbs. Could have gotten pretty far there, actually. That was such a long one. Okay. Flash grenades. Like, none of these items are on the list. Not a single one of these is on the list. The hell, man. Okay. We got the wind flute. I'm not. Shut up. Go away. Okay, anything interesting down here? Nope. Okay. Alright, so we're done there. We can move over here. Oh god, we have to wait on the cycles of these again. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, get on. Yeah, okay. No es problema, man. Let's see. Okay. So what's this? This is literally nothing. Okay. I need to get me a homeward bone. Alright. Is there... Okay, so this is just the thing that... right at the beginning. So I think that we're golden and got everything, and I really hope that that's the case, because if it isn't, then I'm going to be in trouble. Whew, okay. Okay. I will make sure that I search this area a little bit more thoroughly again. Then we will move on. We're not quite level 20. What levels does Dale think that we should be right now? I like looking at guides and seeing what level they think I should be, and then being like, ha 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 ha. This is fine. Let's see. 22 on everybody except Cray, who's supposed to be 20. So this is a zombie doctor. Please do not kill yourself on turn 1. I need you to not self-immolate and cost me the entire dungeon. We are going to stop exploring and go immediately to the exit, because I'm now realizing I don't... So... In Breath of Fire 3, zombie doctors will only try to heal if someone in their party is below half-life. I'm not sure that will be the case here. Tower of the Wind, eh? Well, now that we know where the dragon is headed, it should be an easy enough matter to capture him. You've done a good job. Here, take that and get out of here. Master Ilgor, are you sure it's safe to let him go just like that? He's no threat to me or my plans, Ilgor. All that fool cares about is money. Still, he confirmed what I suspected, that boy is a dragon. We must find him and capture him for Ludia before the Empire finds him. Why did you suspect that he's a dragon? What the hell do you know? I guess probably because the Empire was so interested. But, like, if the Empire was looking to capture a dragon and literally captured us. The way that this plot has run so far has been kind of crazy, right? Like, why did the Empire bother releasing us? Seems kind of weird, right? Like, it just seems like unusual that they would bother. Like, what they trust their, like, dynamic with Ludia enough. Like, they think that giving all of us to Ludia is somehow more beneficial to them. Ignoring the fact that, like, Quay is a dragon, right? Ignoring the fact that they're looking for Quay specifically. But, like, ignoring that entirely, the other two, you would think the Empire would want to keep them. It feels weird for them to just give them up to Ludia. It's like an unusual, like... I don't really get it. I don't get the dynamic of what's going on here. Each fairy has a different personality. Some fairies are better suited for some jobs than others. That doesn't sound true at all. I don't believe you for a second. You'll think that every fairy is identical. Hey, look at that! We've got 5 fairies now. Alright, so you can move over to food. So you're good at social or something. That job is currently unavailable. That's not what I should have done. Okay, you're bad at this, but you're bad at everything, so we should just put you over here. We want to get up to 100 food as fast as possible. because that should maximize the birth rate. So we want to get the birth rate maxed out as quickly as we can. And do we go talk to Najomo now? Because we now have 5 fairies. And I feel like that's a nice, clean threshold for an unlock condition. Let's check. Let's check if Najomo is available as a master now. Okay, so that's a no. That's a definitive no. I wonder when we get access to Najomo. Once we get access to Najomo, that will simplify things considerably, at least in theory. Okay, let's go to Pungtap. And see how things go here. Now, could I just look up when I get access to Najomo? Absolutely. But that makes way too much sense. We have to play the flute to get this like mechanical contraption to work. That's pretty funny. You know, the other thing you could have brought? A ladder. You know? Like... Oh, that sounds concerningly like I'm gonna be entering a dungeon. Am I gonna have, like... Oh god, there's like an actual dungeon here. What was that? Is that a... Yeah, it's just a light. Okay, we've gone through the right side. This goes down? Down is up. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this is the place that we can get that ability. Do we try to get it right now? Let's try it. We got it. Okay, now the question is whether we survive long enough to actually... We're going to immediately run out of here and save. Because this is a dangerous situation to be in. I think I probably swap... What's happening? Time out there. Alright, what did I have on? Is the long boots my best item? Yes. So we give myself long boots, and we get the hell out of here. Just immediately leave. I assume that that is the direction we're supposed to be going anyway, so I'm not that concerned about it. So we get out of here. Yeah. Okay. And we go save. So, having saved, we will probably... Oh, shit. Okay, well that's good to know. This is a point of no return of some sort. So, that's fine. Do I have anything that I need to do? I do. Okay, I need to figure out when I get access to Najomo. So, like, what is the prerequisite for Najomo? Huh. I love this for me. Initial requirements. After working on the fairy colony for a while. Okay. What does that mean? Let's see. So is the first task here the unlock requirement? I think the first task is the unlock requirement. I think we want to unlock Najomo because having access to Najomo as a master now, before we progress on, is going to be important. So let's try to get all of the items in here. In doing so, we will also be getting into a bunch of random fights that will get us progression toward the fairy colony. I fought a couple of fights. I'm going to check in on the fairy colony quick right now. And because every additional fairy that I put into hunting will speed up the process of getting to 8 fairies. So I think I need 8. That's my assumption here, based off of what I'm reading. There's no messages. I would assume that there would be a message if somebody had been born, but we'll check. Okay, so we have 5. We have 19 food. Our goal right now is just to get as much food as possible. Just fill the fairy thing out completely. Is there anything else that I need to do? I think I've got all of the random encounters. It's interesting that it automatically brings us in the thing. So oh, this goes up. Oh, concerning. Oh, interesting. So, if I go to the bottom floor, is that just a place that I get to... if I fall to the bottom? This might be a fairly small dungeon that doesn't involve that many enemies. I don't love being in a place with zombie doctors. I should check out the zombie doctor on the enemy guide. Alright, there is a chest right here. We got a homing bomb for, I assume, Urshan. Does this have 100% accuracy or something? Automatically tracks target. It's a big power boost. So Urshan should be able to more comfortably one-shot herself now. Though, I don't know, man. Like, she really should have been able to one-shot herself already. So, let's take a look over here again. Da-da-dum. So, according to this, there are 3 chests here. Do we think there's gonna be like 70 chests in this room? I don't know if this is how we would want to do things. So we just jump across while there's no wind, and then we jump across here when there is wind. That gets us to here. Any reason to be here? No. And we go to the second floor. So that was 600 Zenny. Let's see, do we want to be going to the next... screen here? Okay, we're fine here. That's all good. We have a lot of options here. I don't think it was all the way to the bottom. We're gonna go out. I want to check where this goes. Okay. Bloodbat, huh? That is a crazy creature design. I was not expecting a Bloodbat to look like that. Let's see. I am curious. I need to get steel. I'm curious what happens if you give all of the utensils to the kid. I guess it's kind of rude of me to, like, not give a fork to a starving child. Doesn't exactly take a long time to have some pretty major health outcomes from his bonker rats. Bonk. Okay. So... I'm curious how I'm gonna get there. It's also possible that Najomo doesn't become available as a master until after we come back to this region. But I'm hopeful that the only requirement is that we get the thing. Because if I can get Najomo as a master for people, then that will mean... You know, funnily enough, if I could have gotten Najomo as a master, that would have been real helpful before we got to this point. So in future runs, if we establish that we can get the 8 fairies, we're going to want to get that done before we lose Ciaz, because if I can get Ciaz
to have that. Okay, there we go. So that's how that's done. And then we just jump down. All the way to the bottom? Not quite. Okay, so we're now leaving the dungeon. We've now picked up ostensibly all of the items here. We don't need to be here anymore. Did I pass the thing? We don't need to be here anymore, and we're basically just looking to get into enough random encounters somewhere to get up to 8 fairies. With Najomo available as a master, it is theoretically optimal for everyone who's going to be under an agility penalty master eventually to be under Najomo for now, and in theory they can all just level comfortably. Anybody who's under Najomo should be able to level comfortably to like the mid-20s. So in terms of eating boss experience and things like that, I believe that is the point where we transition off of Nina as our carry and transition over to Cray and Quay carrying, which will take a little bit of work, but we can get it done. So at that point, Nina will be waiting until we get access to a certain master later. 3 births? Oh, that's concerning. Okay, we did get 36 food, so we are progressing, which is good. We were getting progress. So in all of the fights that we did, each fight was giving us like maybe 2 food. I don't fucking know. Dun, 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 dun. So is this just the back side of the woods? My assumption is yes, right? I'm wondering where would be the easiest place to run from enemies and where we're going to run into them the fastest. Unfortunately, I don't have any secondary objectives to accomplish. If I had steel, we could get quite a... Well, actually, if we had steel, we wouldn't be able to get the thing that I was just looking at. The Bloodbats actually have an item that would be useful to steal. Because I'm curious about it. But we basically have the ability to wander around this area once we unlock the fairies, and then just steal everything that we want stolen. I guess we could technically still do that. Somebody's under Stole, so the person who's under Stole could just poke every enemy for a while. Like just hit them once and then we run away before the enemy dies, kind of thing. But we're not in a particularly good position to be doing that, honestly. It is something to consider for a future run. I mean, like it basically on a future run we would probably have steel, because I think there's a pathway to victory there. There's a pathway to getting everything that we want. And I don't know how many levels I need under basically anybody to be able to accomplish my core objectives with regards to agility. No matter what I'm doing, I'm probably going to be slower than I would want to be. when I when I beat the game, right? I'm gonna be slow when I beat the game, which is fine. So the weird thing is the thing that's kind of unusual about what I'm doing here is that if I get Najomo as a master and do 20 levels under Najomo, I really am going to be making the characters feel a lot weaker just for the purpose of outspeeding an enemy at a level that I'm never going to get to anyway. So there is a question there of, is it even worth it to bother doing something like that? And I don't really know. It's kind of hard to say. I guess it doesn't make that big of a difference. It's really. I think it would be very interesting and fun to see what a min-level Ryu looks like getting up to level 50 under the physical master. That being said, there is a special move that scales off of agility as well. So, but only one character would need that. Only one character would need that ability because you can only have a skill on one character. So I'll need to think about it. But I don't know. I do think that it makes a degree of sense. I think what I want regardless. I do think that it's better to have characters under Najomo for any forced experience that they're going to get, no matter what. How many births do we have? 3? No job available. Only 1? It's fine. That is very pink. I like that. You know, I could make them work harder if I wanted. Okay, so we're up to 6. And we're still here. Once I get up to 100 food, I don't need everybody hunting. But yeah, probably... I think probably what I'm going to end up doing is getting myself access to Najomo. Well, you know, is your name Cray by any chance? Not every kitty has been kidnapped, but and we did rescue the kidnapped kitty. It took actually a lot more work than I was expecting. It was a whole thing. We got one under optimized level for Ciaz, unfortunately. But what are you gonna do, right? What are you gonna do? It actually took like an hour, I think? Hour and a half? It took a long time to get that first area cleared, and then we made so much progress so quickly. It's been kind of a wild stream where we did absolutely nothing but just like reload the same RNG over and over and over again for like an hour, with the occasional optimization, and then
Then we got through there, just plowed through, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 dungeons, something like that. The dungeons in this game are real short. I wonder how fast the speedruns for this game are. Because I feel like you could probably get through a lot of these areas with, like, 2 random encounters. Because they're so short. Like, this place feels huge compared to the other places, but, like, this place is tiny if you just leave. Like, if you just go from start to finish, like, it's 2, like, big areas that there's a really short route through. Oh, that's concerning. Burn someone else, please. Oh, shit! Okay. Was not anticipating that. That was a lot of damage. Okay. Throw out some healing. It's fine. It's fine. I did pick up Flame Strike. It's so funny though. Like, what is what is going on with, like, the politics of this world? Like, is the Ludian army going to be invading Windia? Is that what's gonna happen? Is this a world state where the Ludian army just shows up in Windia and invades to, like, recapture a head of state that they kidnapped? Like, and everyone's gonna pretend that we're still allies? You know what? Yet again, okay, this is like Greenland, man. Like, everyone's pretending everything's normal when you're like, when one of the people in this ostensible alliance chain just threatened to invade another one. What the hell, man? Breath of Fire just keeps being topical. Like, for no reason. It's crazy. But Ludia do be planning on invading. I think that they're gonna be sending in, like, a special ops team or something to capture us, right? But, like, this is pretty clearly a war situation. We've got 72 food. So we're not going to be at the fastest growth rate that we can get, but we're slowly but surely getting there. So I could go talk to Najomo again, but you know what? While we're in load screens, I think I'll start Googling this. Building your first house. Okay, so we are not where we need to be. We need to have somebody building. So we got this. Okay, so we don't need to get up to 8 fairies. We just need to start building. So we leave, and we need to start building a house. Once we've built a house, and I think we've already got some rooms cleared to build a house with, we should be able to get Najomo as a master at that point. And once we get Najomo as a master, any levels we get on Quay are golden. Any levels we get on Cray are also golden. So we will take the people who are actually good at this and move them to here. What are... So this is both cutting down trees and building houses. So we have a bunch of empty plots that they haven't built a house on. So I did have somebody working on the... How does this work? Okay, so I had to go into that menu to build a house, question mark? Is there a reason for that? Like, is there a reason why I would need to build a house? Like, is there a reason that I would need to not build a house in a specific location? I don't know. I don't know. We're building 4 houses at some point. We're just waiting for that first house to build, and then we will be golden. In theory. So, we're going to go and fight 10 fights, and we're going to hope that at least one house gets built after 10 fights. I should have saved. This is a fairly dangerous... You know what? I should go to somewhere that's not this dangerous. This is a crazy place to be fighting. I just got, like, knocked the fuck out here. We gotta go somewhere safer. We have got to go somewhere safer than this. This is a crazy place to be. It's really tempting to go to the place that is based off of being level 2 or whatever, but it's fine. Shide is like the first area. We're just gonna go to a random encounter outside of Shide. This is probably about the weakest enemies that we're gonna get. And call it a day. So 9 more fights. Yeah, we got wood. Wood. Alright. So 8 more fights, and I believe we'll have Najomo available. I'm so glad that I googled that, because if I had gotten to 8 fairies and hadn't... That would have been crazy. We'd be spending so long on this. We're going to get Najomo as a master before we end for the day. So if it takes 20 minutes, then we'll go 10 minutes late. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Once we've got Najomo available as a master, we can put the physical characters under Najomo, and we'll be able to leave them under Najomo for the foreseeable future. Those characters will then be able to level up, and I honestly think I would like to have... What kind of speed do I want to have on the protagonist? I'm just trying to think of like what are the goals in terms of my speed acquisition, because I don't think the protagonist probably needs to have the agility thing. It would be nice to have Siaz with decent agility, because Siaz actually has good agility scaling, so they actually probably make the most sense to use with that ability. Cray doesn't need to have that ability, so Siaz is not going to be able to level up until we get them back, so that we can get them under Dang. That being said, CS might actually have enough agility growth that the -2 per level doesn't prohibit them from outspeeding. I'm tempted. I don't know what I want to do with Ciaz. Ciaz is interesting also because Ciaz has the ability to use auto last resort if at low HP. So there's a world where I actually just leave Ciaz under Najomo the entire time, and then and basically that gives them enough attack power that at plus defense to get pretty close to the damage cap natively anyway, and then we're just getting the bonus damage from agility. That might be the play with Ciaz, actually. Ciaz maybe goes 1 to 99 under just Najomo, because Najomo does give the best agility growth, and agility is a stat that Ciaz can hypothetically scale with if using a specific ability. So I don't know. I'd have to look. But that's something that I would figure out as I get deep enough into the game that I'm figuring out like who's getting what abilities and stuff like that. Okay, I'm gonna fight 2 more fights. So let's see here. Actually, no, I'm not fighting 2 more fights. I'm fighting this fight and then getting the hell out of dodge. I just realized how low I am on Mina. Mina's very, very low on HP. Alright. We're all gold. We're getting out of here. Okay, so hopefully we have a house. If we have a house, then we're done. I'm not going to set up camp in the middle of the areas. I don't think that's an idea of what I want to execute on. We say hello. Hey, Dragon Boy, you want to come visit us? House, house, house. Give me house. Mamu. What's up? New job available. That doesn't sound like a house was built. Fuck me. No house. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. Okay, you. You know, I could do the more intensive work schedule if I wanted. What the hell is this? Oh, there's this. It doesn't matter. I'm just gonna check. I can't move them here. Okay. Okay, we're gonna fight 5 more fights. And hope that that's enough. We're gonna heal before we do anything else. Then, once we've done that, we save the game. Very important. We do not want to get killed by a nut troop and then have to reload a billion miles away. Okay. Come on, Najomo. Give me house.
How important do I think that agility is? I do prefer the idea of being able to outspeed everything. I feel like everybody should have at least the ability to get a modified 150 agility. But 150 agility modified is actually very easy. Like, if I'm using... I think I can only use celerity once per 2 hours or something like crazy like that. So celerity doesn't need to come into play. The agility casting probably doesn't need to come into play, but dragon forms do, right? Like, I think that dragon form... With dragon forms, I think that Quay can get to 200 agility fairly easily. And any additional agility past, like, I don't know, 220 or something has, like, literally no point. Like, there's just no reason to bother. So, like, I don't know that I have... a reason. I don't know that I have a reason to really invest too deeply into agility with the protagonist. But it's good to get a little bit of incidental agility. If I get I'd rather have a little bit of incidental agility than have, like, incidental levels under Una. The levels under Una... Excuse me. Are basically just weaker versions of the levels that I'm already going to be getting a shit ton of. So, if I get the protagonist up to maybe like level 10 from incidental experience before we get access to the master that I want them under, that's probably fine. Cray can actually sit under this master for longer without suffering problems from it, because Cray doesn't have a dragon form that's going to boost his agility by a bunch, and his agility, I think, is kind of garbage to start with. So if he's going to be trying to get, like, enough to outpace some of the late game enemies, he has a steeper hill to climb there. So we'll have to see. Let's see. Give me house. Nope. Holy shit, these houses do not want to get built. Taking a long ass time. And we've got like 4 fairies working on this. Unfortunately, I need to clean my AC. It is struggling right now. I think it's been really hot, or maybe it hasn't been. It's either been very hot or it hasn't been. One of the two. And either way, help us. Help you with what? What am I helping you with? Use your gun or sword to hunt the animals. Try to kill them in one hit. If a wounded animal runs around, the lower the quality they beat. No, that's okay. Yeah, I'm not... We're vegan in this household. Don't pay any attention to what I'm actually eating. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about what I'm doing. It's fine. But no, I'm not going to go butchering 1,000 animals. I'm not particularly interested in doing that. Not a mini game for me, you know? Not in my old age. I'm really looking forward to getting Urshan a master. When Urshan gets access to her master, she's going to be under that master from level 3 to level 99. And it's going to be amazing. I'm looking forward to seeing the results of that. Because, like, it's just not... Urshin starts out really low level, right? She's a very low level character when you get her, and she doesn't have to gain EXP, right? Like, she starts out real low, and she can stay real goddamn low. She doesn't need to eat any EXP, and I'm very excited for her to be leveling under a master that is going to make it a lot easier for her to take advantage of some of the weird anachronisms in her stats. She gets access to a bunch of really cool stuff eventually, and her charge rate is like insane. So like she basically gains like no AP per level, but I believe right now at level 3 she has 5 AP, and I think she has 5 charge points as well. I believe that she regenerates her entire AP bar in one turn if she's on the back line. She's just got crazy regen. But her max AP is so low that like you don't really have an easy time of making use of that. So the master that I'm planning on putting her under is going to give her a shit ton of wisdom, as well as a shit ton of AP. So she's going to go from having no AP to having a shit ton of it. And she's going to go from having low wisdom until fairly high level, when she's going to start skyrocketing. Like, she has like crazy like wisdom gains at high level for some arcane reason. This is a thing that happens a decent bit in like a lot of games, not necessarily from this era, but just from a variety of eras. If you're playing Final Fantasy X, one of the characters that you can pick up for Blitzball has this crazy, like, stat growth where, like, he starts out with being, like, really good at a particular job, never gets any better at that. And then he keeps getting stats that are not for that job. And then he gets really, really good at a second job, and then stops growing in that second job. And what I mean by real good is real good for that level, right? Like, for that level, his growth is enough that he gets really good at a second job. And then he gets pretty decent at being a catcher at high level. It's like he goes through all of these different roles, right? He goes through like every role in the game, and at different like points in his leveling journey, he's good at different tasks, and he's pretty good at all of the different tasks that he does, except catching. Catching, I don't think he ever gets particularly great at. But to be fair, there's like almost no decent catchers. There's like one guy who's like so far ahead of everyone else that is just like unbelievable. Like he's basically impossible to deal with. Particularly because his stats start out really high, and they have good growth as well. So there's this one catcher in Blitzball who he basically has like he has enough catching skill. He's the Albed one, I think. And his catching skill is high enough that he's almost guaranteed to catch every ball. But the thing is that if you fail to catch a ball when someone shoots on goal, that gives you 1 EXP. The house is complete. Okay. If you catch it successfully, you get 3 EXP. So there's this bizarre situation that you run into where I'm not going to worry about organizing them for right now. We've got the house, and I'll worry about actually doing stuff with the Fairy Village next time, but we're going to go grab Najomo as a master for now. But anyway, because of the fact that anytime he catches the ball, he gets better at catching the ball faster at 3 times the speed. all of the catchers who start out with mediocre catching skill are leveling at like a third of the rate that he is. So he just skyrockets in his catch rate, and so he ends up having like a higher catch stat than your shooters have shooting stat. With bearing in mind that distance automatically reduces the shoot stat as the ball travels. So like it's crazy. It's so hard to score on the Albed unless you have like actively worked to make sure that your shooters are insane and not fed him a bunch of experience by, you know, shooting on him a bunch in the early game. It's crazy. Hey, it's you! I've heard a lot about you, you know? Everyone's talking about how hard you're working to help the village, so I'd like to give you something in return. How would you like to learn about fairy magic? I'd love it. I would love to learn about fairy magic, yes. Okay, Quay and Cray can both get under Najomo. Urshan could also, actually, if I wanted. But there's no reason to bother. Okay, so we can go with you two. There's no reason for Nina to ever be under Najomo, and there's no real reason for Urshan to ever be under Najomo either. So we are going to do this. This does mean that we no longer have Stole, but that's fine. Be sure to keep helping the other fairies. When there's more than 8 fairies, come back, I'll teach you more magic. Later! Okay. We have the ability to level up Cray and Quay. I have to decide how many levels the two of them have available to them. And I also need to decide if, because of the fact that they have those available to them now, does that mean that Nina has to stop getting levels? Is Nina done? So I'm going to probably record some of these stats that I have, like the amount of EXP that Nina has, so that I can figure out how much extra EXP she can eat. Though it doesn't really make that big... It does make a difference, because I need to get... Then again, I don't necessarily need to. I could steal most of the other stuff that I need. I'll have to figure this out. So from a routing perspective, we've now got an interesting situation. So that is going to be it for today. Thank you all for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure. And I hope to see you all again next time when we will be maybe leveling up Cray and Quay. Because, I mean, they can. Later, folks.